Okay, we are here, we are here. That was chaos leading up to this point, but we are here. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Okay, hopefully everything is fully functional. It seems that way. Of first glance, anyway. Yes, we're here. We have, somehow survived until today. Sorry again for the sudden cut-off yesterday. I just suddenly got so ill all of a sudden out of nowhere, and that was less than pleasant, but yeah, we survived to stream again another day, so I consider that a victory. Let me just do this quickly. Grahazik, good morning. How are you doing? How are you doing? Right, there is just one little thing I've got to quickly sort out here still. Just a tick. I'm doing okay. That's good news, that's good news. Almost there, almost there. There's just one little logistic thing that I've got to figure out real quickly. Thank you for your patience, I appreciate it. Okay. Alright, sorted. Alright. So, we are continuing with animation. Yesterday we got as far as finishing inking on this hand over here, up until this second. Haha, funny how that works out, right? So I think what I'm gonna do to just ease in for today is just do that colorful, and then we can move on to the more complicated stuff. In inking this presently red hand, let me just hide the watermark for work in progresses for the client. And let me just hide our roughs layer. So let's start with filling in those colors, and then we will go into this. This is actually looking really, really gross. What is going on here? I'll probably need to relook at that, because it's getting progressively worse as these get bigger. So yeah, I'm definitely going to need to look at that on those couple of frames. Noted, noted. But for now I'm just going to grab that color, come over here to our white base layer, and area scaling is off, yes. And let's just give ourselves enough to work with here. And here, Whew, okay. There's that. And then here. It would help if we were on this layer. There we go. And we're back in solid territory. Mostly. It's okay. It's okay. Alright then. And then here it's the same the whole way through. So now the question is, should I clear all of these white layers so that I can just do copy paste and then fill in the hair and coat afterwards? I think that's what I'm actually going to do after I've got this one down. Yeah. So I'm going to go to all of these and go to the white layer. Just grab them quickly so that when I go into them, I can clear them and then just copy across from that number 18. And just fix the parts that need fixing. Okay, so come to 18. Let's put this color on. And let me just quickly close that. Grabs that. And go like so. Grab that and go like so, and that like so, to just give ourselves a little bit of that reflectiveness. These red lines are going to become white. Let me just close that off a little bit more. There we go. And over here, we're going to add in a little bit of skin color over there for the fingers that are wrapping around, and like that as well. Okay. So now we're going to take this one and copy it. And I'm going to paste it in the next one. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to undo that because it is wrong. Hand is in the right place, head is not in the right place. So ignore what just happened there. No, what I'm going to do is copy, paste it, grab you, invert selection, clear, alright, then over here, go to normal color, merge down, set that to white, okay, there we go. Now, that should be the same. Roughly, okay. So now we repeat the process for number 20. We're going to unwhite that, paste, selection, invert, clear outside. I'm just going to fill this bit first. Now I'm only going to copy this one before I merge it down. There we go. And repeat, paste, merge, layer color, like so. Next one. Merge down, layer color, and repeat. A lot of repetition work here, but it's fine if it saves us work later. And makes it more consistent. Okay. And da-dum-ba-da-da-bum-ba-da-da-dum-bum. Okay. How many more are there? Should be the last one, this. I think. Yes, okay. I was not completely insane yet, yay! It's always good news. Here's one that I missed. Because you are positioned. Let me just drag something here off screen. Your position there. Your position there. Okay, that works, that works. So, let's make these all colors at the moment so that we can see if there's anything that's broken. Because checking for broken things is usually a good idea. Okay. Let's start on this one. This red line is going to be the same for all of these. So let me just put those in place. Okay. Undo. And there we go. So that's those. Now coming back from here to check that I have not got any strays in corners like this. These are the little things that I'm now looking for. These little problems. Wasn't 100% sure about that one. Just checking that there aren't any other holes that we don't want. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Number next, we check for errors. So far, so good. Just identifying a couple of key corners where things would go wrong if they did. Okay, that one's good. And over here, let's clean this one. That's all good. Any errors here? I've got an inking error. And then we have you. There, hello, hello. How's it going? It's going well. We are checking for errors quickly before we move on to the next task in this one. So far it's going pretty well, I think. We haven't found anything beyond reasonable repair. Here. Today's been a little bit mad, but we are surviving it, and that is a victory. So, yes. Here's an error. Do-do-do-do. Okay, next. Here's an error. Da da dum ba da ba da ba dum bum 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 ba da dum. That was actually an awful collection of errors, but it's okay. We've got them. They have been dealt with. Here's another error. I'm going to take that. There we go. I'm fighting against me being tired, my body being sore, and my brain for not focusing. Besides that, all good. That is a very, very, very valid battle. And we understand it is not easy. It is not easy. Yeah. Well, I've got some coffee with me. Let's cheers to the battle against our own physiologies fighting with us. Tinkety tonk. How was that already called? What? What is going on here? That's all. Sorry. Fun fact, coffee does not work with me. It only makes me go for the bathroom often. Yeah. Some things just don't vibe with all bodies, unfortunately. Great. Ouch. Okay. I'm gonna leave that aside for now. Done. Any problems over here? I need more contrast in the screens. I need more contrast in the screen. Yeah, that'll work for now. That'll work. Any other problems? That is accurate. Okay. Here's one. Okay, and yeah. Mm-hmm. All good. It's okay. Any issues here? Doesn't seem that way. Here. But that looks like, yep, needed it. Okay. Yeah. The Slayer again. Pull that. Grab that. That's all good. Those little bits all good. Okay. There. And here. Okay. That section is free of those little annoying bugs. Cool. So now we continue the fill. The full process is going to now consist of coming over here, grabbing the black, and going And little groups first. Really? I made that mess? I made that mess. Okay. How did I miss this? You know, I'm not going to ask that question because there are many ways that I could have missed that. Okay. Right, now we're going to go and what's the plan for this animation? So this is a stinger animation. So this is going to be a scene transition for another live streamer. Hello, yes sir, welcome in. So just to give you guys the rundown of the animation in planning, what's going to happen is we have zoom in basically, or zoom out into an espresso being poured over some ice cream to make an affogato, and then a turn out and the espresso cup coming up again to get topped up. There's no indication over here yet, but there's going to be a phantom pouring of espresso from an unseen coffee machine off screen. And then after that's been topped up, that little satisfied smirk as a deep breath gets drawn, and then charging forward to the camera, and then the Affogato takes up the entire screen, a mess, and then we are in the following scene. So in terms of the entire thing, the playback is pretty short, but a lot goes into it. So that's the plan that we are currently working our way through. So it's a lot of subtleness in this one. For all of the bold movements, there's a lot of subtle action happening. Also, I'm working at 30 FPS on 2s, except for the places where I'm on 1s. So it's a pretty high frame rate for this sort of animation, really. I really like how it looks already. Can't wait for the full thing. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. So let me just go back over here again and just get all of these out of preview, out of working mode, where I'm going to need them for shading before applying that. So that I can just make sure that I've got the colors right on these transparency sections. I got my epic sketchbook. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, let's see. Gonna start with grabbing skin color. And in this layer, where should be up here, I'm going to add a little bit to the pad of the thumb. Clean up out here, because this is irksome. On a level I cannot describe. I took your advice starting with traditional. Nice! And here I am watching you and working on my own bit of animation in case a ship's landing. In my case, a ship's landing leg deployment. Ooh! Ooh! That sounds fun. Hard body animation must be a little bit different, I suppose. You don't have things like... Well, I suppose it depends entirely also on the exaggerations that get applied, but I imagine things like squash and stretch don't apply quite so much on bendy bones and things. But I suppose when it comes to posing or your extremes, you can use that, but scale and scope, yeah. I only want to animate 3D, but it isn't fit for my laptop, so I have to use Roblox. Yeah, I can't say I know anything about Roblox, I'm afraid. I know it is something that is terrifyingly versatile in a couple of ways, but I have not investigated in any way. Undo, 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 no, 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 don't do that, don't do that. Ah, and don't open Cortana. I do not use Cortana. Grr. I want to be rid of Windows so badly. In most cases for 3D, I just need to define the two main keyframes, start and end positions, and then often set constraints so all the moving pieces flow appropriately. Yeah. No. I suppose that's... Yeah. Like, setting your keys is important, but I think also setting your breakdowns, because you do still get breakdowns in Blender, even though you've got automated interpolation. But I suppose how many times, how many layers of moving things are going down, and all of that, it can have an impact. A breakdown. So, a breakdown is basically a posture between main keyframes. So if I have Krazik, if you go to my Twitter page, right? If you go to my Twitter page, X page, blah, you'll see a couple of posts back. Where was it? It was June 16th, I shared a thing by a guy by the name of Alex Grigg, where he's showing something with a couple of worms. So there's 4 worms crawling across his screen in that animation. Those are breakdowns. So if you've got, so just to summarize that video on his page quickly, if you've got 2 keys, and I'm going to just quickly grab a marker here, scroll in. So if you've got 2 keys, all right, key 1 and key 2, or 2 extremes, so key 1, or so extreme 1 and extreme 2, there are a couple of different ways that you can get from extreme 1 to extreme 2. So you can either go extreme 1 and then go a hop into a square into an extreme 2, or you can go extreme 1, extreme 2, and then you can maybe slide in a blob. So that extra exaggeration in the middle is your breakdown. So that'll be the thing between, okay, if you've got a blinking movement, or if you've got an eye sweep, so from the eyes going from looking that way to looking that way, are you going to have a blink in the middle? Or are you going to have the eye roll up? Or are you going to have the eye roll down? That direction is your breakdown. So it's what guides any rotations or anticipations, and that is one of your major components. So like yesterday we were talking about reference videos. Yeah, so dealing with transforming objects, yes. So yesterday we were talking briefly about reference videos when I was grabbing a couple of these. Let me just open that up quickly. So when I was grabbing these screenshots quickly, I know they are ridiculously tiny. We were mentioning a little bit about how when you are taking your reference videos, sometimes a director will give you, will ask you to take a bunch of different takes of your reference video before he lets you animate off of one of them, so that you're not animating a thing that's not going to be appropriate for the shot the way that the director wants, if that makes sense. Unrelated, but I feel like the sound the pen makes with the tablet or whatever you're using is very therapeutic. Oh, thank you very much. I blame it entirely on the fact that this tablet is now starting to get old and the surface is very scratched up. My nib is starting to go sharp. I can't afford for the nib to be going sharp already. So, I've got how many nibs left? I think I've got 3 nibs left. And then I am in trouble. Then I'm in trouble. Because if I just switch this thing on briefly, you'll see here, this fuzzy looking patch on my screen is where most of my drawing has happened over the last couple of years. It's very, very scratched up. So the texture when the pen goes over it is a lot louder than when I'm here in the glossy bit. In the glossy section, glossy bit, I tried to say it at the same time and it came out as totally the wrong thing. So yeah. So far in what I've been dealing with, not so much breakdowns for hard surface objects. Yeah, I suppose, depending on how many layers of moving parts are involved, it can be, depending on how many layers of moving parts you're going to have and how much character you're giving to your object's movement types, you're going to have a couple of variations. Can't stop staring at that cup. Yeah, it's a little espresso cup. It's still over here. Ding ding. Great reference. Epic cup for epic coffee. Yeah. So, yes, epic pixelated cup. Yes. You do not want to know how absolutely minuscule the screenshot. I think that's about the size. Yeah, that's about the size on screen that I was taking the screenshot on. A panel on fixed hinge can only rotate on one axis, so that simplifies things. Yeah, you've still got your interpolation though. You've still got your interpolation though, which can add quite a bit of character. Like, then again, even that might only be one part of a larger thing, so your spaceships usually have less moving parts. I'll Although this gear is the first time I've involved rigging bones and inverse kinematics to define the foot movement. Ah, ooh, okay, that's nice. Actually, I can see that being useful and making sense. Ooh, very interesting. But yeah, we digress greatly. We just take that away because it's now distracting me. As the landing leg has 3 parts: foot, lower leg, and upper leg. Okay. Yeah. Now there. If you have a bunch of I'm just gonna open up a second canvas here just so that I can have. Really? Go away. Do not save. Create. Just so that I could have a scratch board for conversation. Something about that epic pixelated cup is making one attracted to it. If that's what floats your boat, have fun with it, I guess. Just don't be weird about it, please. Let me see. So, yeah. Yeah, just depending on how many different levels of movement you want to do, or what your actual plan is for the ship after you've finished building it, whatever that may be. There's a lot you can actually do with vehicle animation. Like, I keep thinking of the hard body animation in the Star Wars series with the droids and things like the AT-AT and AT-ST. They are totally inorganic, but they all have distinctive character that goes beyond just how they are built structurally. Like, the starships have a lot more, or have a lot less that they can do movement-wise as far as character is going. But I suppose you could say that even the TIE fighters and X-Wings have character of a nature. Gonna go animate and stick notes. See you later. Okay, have fun. Okay. What? Okay. Over here. Sam, welcome in. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Doing alright. Today is a holiday, so I have the day off. Yay! Nice, 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 nice. How are you? I'm doing better today than yesterday, hopefully. I think. So far I've been mostly stable. So we'll see how long that holds. But we've been productive so far, so I'm counting that as a win. Don't push yourself too hard. I will catch myself if I am straining. Do not you worry. Yesterday we opted to end early, specifically for that reason. Because I'm a firm believer in being able to draw tomorrow, or if you're going to do anything, make sure that you do it in such a way that you are not going to be incapable of doing it the next day, if at all possible, you know? Balance in all things, right? Yeah, something along those lines. Also, maintain what you've got. Like, a lot of people, if they don't own a thing, they might kind of abuse it a little bit as well. And then they don't care if it's broken the next day, or if they've got too much money, they don't care if it's broken the next day. Yeah, I don't have those luxuries. But at the same time, stewardship says be able to use the thing tomorrow, you know? And that goes all the way down to one's own physicality. At least in my book, anyway. Looks like the animation is coming along nicely. Yeah, we're almost done with the first 2 seconds. I'm trying to get at least that bit done, and then I'll feel like we've actually made progress. Because it is one of those things that once you've gotten to a certain point, you get the sense of accomplishment that, hey, we're actually getting somewhere, you know? Because the last 2 seconds are a much simpler movement, really. Like, second, the half a second from 2.5 to 3 is basically going to be the same frame, just zooming out as the hand charges towards the screen before the splat. So really, there's after we've got this button all cleaned up and so on, we've got it mostly there. Then it's just the coffee pour on both the Affogato and on the espresso refill. And then filling in the eye detail. And then we're basically there. So we're getting there. We're getting there. This is the hardest part. So Oh, we are getting there indeed. Oof. I have some exciting news I haven't talked about anywhere else yet. Ooh. Are you feeling generous, or do you want to save that for DMs? I'm fine with whatever you're comfy with. But exciting news is always fun. Exciting news is fun, yay! That's big, that's big, that's big, that's big. Hey, wrong color. Jung, 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 jung. There we go. Now let's see. Here we've got splash of that. And there. And we've got a splash of that. And there. I can tell you here, since your work is pivotal in it. Oh! Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm guessing it's got something to do with your design. I'm guessing. I'm getting a 2D avatar made using the redesign you drew. Found a guy who needed more male avatars in his portfolio and was offering commissions for pretty cheap. Oh, nice. You got a bargain there. Epic. Unrigged? Yeah, I mean, you can always get the rig done later, you know? And even then, having the art at a relatively cheap price already makes life infinitely simpler. So, supposing that this person comes through for you and doesn't leave you in the lurch, which would be sad, and that they have their model cut or have their models cut properly, then it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm going to look for someone who knows how to rig male avatars and not stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, for some obscure reason, when they're doing the male avatar art, they do like absolutely minimal cutting on the body pieces. So the way that they do it then is basically they have one entire rectangle that covers the entire torso piece, and then it's like you may as well be using a PNG tuber almost, because it's that stiff. So you actually want to get a 3-part torso at the very least, with a upper rib cage, middle back, pelvic region separated, because otherwise it's going to be stiff, and you're not going to be able to get twist in the shoulders. You're not going to be able to get lifelike anything out of it if you don't have that much at the very least. So it all depends on how the art is cut as well. So if the person who needs more male art in their portfolio has a decent track record with cutting they're female avatars with enough pieces to get some fluidity and movement, then you should be fine. Because sadly, a lot of the time, that stiffness originates in the art step. Because there's just not enough pieces made to move. I have a 3D model rigged under development using your reference sheet. Ah! I cannot wait to see. I cannot wait to see. I see. I don't know many specifics on Live 2D, as I always lean towards 3D avatars, but it seemed to be a good deal, so I stayed open-minded and threw my hat into the ring. Look, that's always very fair. Having the open mind to things is always a good step in any creative journey. Like, sure, if it does turn out to be a little bit of a flop, it's a little bit of a sad thing on the investment, but you tried it, you know? And apparently you felt he could do me well and pick me from among all the submissions. Then that's fantastic. Then that's fantastic. The artist is in the coloring phase now. Ooh, textures, colors, fun, 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 fun. Yeah, because I'm trying to do my own model from scratch and in 3D, and it's an interesting learning curve. Incidentally, the way he drew my face is similar enough to his art style that he's looking extremely accurate to the reference so far. Oh, okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. I knew there was maybe hope in going for the more shonen art style. I hop into you say textures, colors, and immediately thought of the name. A kaleidoscope? I'm not 5 for shapes and colors. I don't know what that means, but I'm hearing it. Yeah. No, I get a little giddy about the stupidest things. But hello, animal, welcome in. Always a pleasure to have you here. Okay. So we are here, and like so, and like so, so sweep, sweep, yeah. Okay, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yay, that'll do. And we love you for it. Time to draw along with you. Yay! I'm so glad if that's a vibe. I'm so glad if it's a vibe. Aww. Thank you, animal. I appreciate you. Looks like you're going to be the artist mama for 2 new avatar reviews this year. I know, it's kind of wacky, kind of cool. It's gonna be kind of cool. I'm looking forward to it. Former life me could have never anticipated being art mama for folk. But it's hype, it's cool. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, it looks like we've got It looks like refraction on glass, right? It's not just me, right? It does look a little like glass. Or am I being stupid? I mean, it's only for 2 frames, but is it even? Like, it's legit for 2 frames on one in a 30 FPS thing. I don't know if I'm maybe putting a little bit too much attention to detail in that, but I guess if anyone happens to take a screenshot at just the right moment. Eh. Yes, I like it, yay! In my case, they'll only where it'll be ready in time for my 3-year anniversary in July, but my hope is that it could be rigged before year's end. Ooh. Ooh. I understand you wanting to be right even for just 2 frames. Yeah. Because if someone takes a screenshot at just the right moment, I want it to not be cheap and boring, you know? Because you never know when there's a scene transition in a clip or something that gets screenshotted. Hello, here's Anisha. Fix you. Oh, doom. So yeah, we do our best. The attention to detail makes things look more polished. It might not be entirely visible, but it does add to the sense of completion. Okay. Okay. That's a confidence booster. Thank you, guys. Yeah, but you can't avoid it if you're using smear frames or stretch and squash to add dynamism. Yeah, this is true. Like, I have got some smears in this as well. Legit right here. I've got smears. So, if all goes well, the balance is gonna hold it together, I guess. And I'll spend lots of time making sure that parts are aligned just right, just getting the circles of rotating parts aligned with the hinge pin, yeah. Yeah. Understandable. Understandable. Reality is, no one would likely notice 3 millimeters of misalignment, but yeah, that's true. Dynamic animation will always have frames that look weird when paused because that's not the point. Yeah, it's true, it's true. Oh. Shame. I saw an animation the other day, which is a really, really good animation. 3D thing. And I'm not going to mention what it was because then you're never going to be able to unsee anything. But it was an anime-styled 3D thing that was made in Blender, and the production quality was incredible. It was epic. But I can't unsee the fact that the irises were clipping through the lower lids in some frames, and it's just... Oh no, I can see the iris outlines through the lower eyelid. I can't unsee this. I'm so sorry. It's like I just the mouth shut because if I say it on the thing, you won't unsee it, and it's something that's got all of the views. The desire to have no bad pause frames is why agency VTuber avatars are usually so stiff, while bigger indies are often more bouncy and animated. Yeah, like I think that's an advantage with VTubers overall, is that we don't have the same level of awkwardness as IRL or facecam when paused. Like, I've never seen a pause on a movie that has been flattering. When you're pausing a movie and then the frame that you just happen to stop on is actually not absolutely hilarious because you happen to catch someone mid-word or mid-eye roll and they've just got this very awkward appearance on the screen right at that moment. I can honestly not remember a point in time where I haven't got pause frame faces. Yes, exactly. Like, VTubers have the advantage of not having that issue quite so desperately badly. Like, we have out of frame glitchiness, where we accidentally lean out of the range of our camera, but not quite so much the pause frame. Speaking about out of line of sight, I just spotted my coffee again, which is on the wrong side of my computer. And guess what? It's cold now! Yay! Let's finish it quickly. Oh, man. So we have some advantages. Aside from not needing to spend all of our money on makeup and keeping our room so completely pristinely clean behind us, or have a completely separated room that you can decorate nicely for your streaming. And here I was about to throw a hydration reminder. Hey! Don't you just love it when the timing just works out? But yes, hydrate time, hydrate time. One of the things that I want to have when I've got my setup set up properly, for Ria version 1.3D, I guess, is gonna be to have an automated hydration reminder go off, at which point everyone in chat gets the notification. If Ria hydrates, so does everyone else. Because, yeah, technically it's in the chat rules. Yeah, but no, we're all healthy here. Yeah, no, we're totally healthy here. I know one VTuber has a specific idle pose for her avatar that goes into when it loses tracking instead of just freezing or whatever position it was in when the tracking was lost. Yeah, idle animations are a definite thing. Idle animations and idle poses do exist. It's just usually a pain to set them up. I'm drinking coffee. Yeah, coffee. Considering we are on the most coffee-themed animation that I have worked on to date, all of the coffee is just the right answer right now. And if this weekend I do not have a tub of ice cream with my family that we can make affogatos, I'm gonna cry. Coffee is the nectar of the gods. It is amazing. Like, it is just... I can understand why it took over the world. I understand. It's good stuff. One of my VTuber friends has an idle pose where if it loses track, she goes to sleep and wakes up when the butterfly lands on her nose. Oh, that's so cute! That's adorable! That is absolutely adorable. That sounds so cool. Oh, man. Funnily enough, I have a sketch piece of my current design drinking coffee. Nice! Nice! Yeah. Speaking of sketches and things, I did a very impulsive thing and signed up for Art Fight, which I don't know how that's gonna go at all, because I can't predict what's gonna happen 2 days from now, let alone next week. But I signed up for Art Fight, which is now happening in July. It's gonna be my first time attempting something like this. I have no idea what I'm in for. But I'm gonna hopefully be able to sketch a whole bunch of cool folk, who I don't know from a bar of soap, most likely, more likely than not. And I hope that it's going to be fun. I need to comb the rules to see if I'm actually allowed to stream art fights attacks, actually. Because if so, then maybe what we can do is we can use an art fight attack as maybe a warm-up for some things. I don't know. As we do stuff in July. We'll see. I used it in the thumbnails for my weekly morning ramble audios that I used to do, but I haven't had time for that since I got my current job. Ah, I see. Yeah, I desperately want to start getting into doing more produced stuff, because it's not something that I have done as a content creator yet. So like dedicated produced audio type material. It's one of those things that one feels one ought to be doing this, you know? So I'm playing with a couple of ideas of, okay, what kind of content would I be able to do for that? Because I've also got to think of what I can do with my art time lapses and so on for shorts and things like that. It's all stuff that is pretty new to me, but I've got to get good pretty fast now. So I'm on the steep learning curve on a lot of levels right now. Okay, so here we've got the cup is going to be the same white as that. Okay. Here, cup. Black. Skin. And coat. So here I'm not happy with the translation of the width of the wrist. This is off. This is way off. Delete all of those. Okay. That's the correct thing. Okay, then get rid of you. Same, I recently uploaded several reaction videos for trailers of upcoming games I'm excited for since they're easy to make, but I want to put recording and editing videos back into my weekly routine. Yeah. Like, it's the fundamentals that one ought to be doing. Like, just as part of one's basic due content creator diligence almost is, okay, are you making your videos on the regular, you know? Okay, that's better. That is better. Okay. So now we come back here. And we reduce that from 46 to like 30. There we go. Come back onto this layer. And then we can see, hide the white base on the next one, hide the white base on the previous one, so that we just have lines to work with. Okay, and then here we're on number 8, we're on the line layer. Okay, now, da-da-da-dum. This is going to be like so, like so, like so. And in like that. And no, I don't like that hitting the shadow there. It's too much of a tangent. Not happy with that either. There we go. Okay, this line at the bottom here is too low. It's not looking right. Alright, let's see, turn this upright again. Okay, that's also not the vibe. Anything up here is also not the vibe. So that goes from about the point of the t-shirt and the tip of the larynx. What on earth is happening with this color layer? Oh no! This is so messy! Select outside. Okay. Good grief, that's disgusting. Okay, let's try this again. Speaking of produced videos, when we get around to collabing, I'm thinking maybe do it off stream and then release it in equal parts on both our channels. Get that cross promotion factor. We can look at that, yeah. I will be very honest, I've not actually done much in the line of collabing before, so I have no specific preference of doing it live versus doing it offline. Would allow more flexibility with time zones too. Potentially. Because, let me put it this way. I have not got the sort of data to be able to say, okay, this is where the majority of my people are, so I ought to be in this time zone. So I haven't got enough data on my channels yet to be able to get that information, to be able to start to tailor time zones. So I'm automatically doing it in my mid to late afternoon, early evening time slot. Which is approximately your guys' morning slot. Simply from this point of view of general accessibility to a majority English-speaking audience, because it covers both Europe and the Americas a little bit. But yeah, I do not mind messing up my sleep schedule for a day or three if a collab is in order. So Goodness alone knows, I only properly fell asleep last night again, like 3:30 in the morning. It was ridiculous. Because I crashed at like, what was it, 5:30 in the afternoon? 6:30? 5:30. In the afternoon. Woke up at about 11 for a meal. Rolled around thinking about something that my mum said during lunch. Sent her a video regarding something that she said during lunch. We had a quick idea think tank between the two of us, which was pretty cool. And then we looked again, it was almost 1 in the morning, and we said, okay, we should probably call it today and try to sleep. So my mom and I had a little bit of a DJ morning, evening last night, and it was fun. But the result of that was adrenaline happened, and then sleep failed to come until like 3:30. So, yeah, fun times. This is not maintaining well, because this is in fact not going to the right place. Okay. So that goes on. That goes on. No. Okay, then that. Okay. This looks really trippy, but I promise you it's not completely insane and stupid. Probably. Probably. Okay, then. Okay, that's working. That's working, that's working. So then that can come back on. And that can come back on. Okay, ouch, what's happening here? Okay. Okay, never mind that for now. Okay, so we've got to get this. Let me see, that's gonna be from there. Actually, that needs to start lower. That needs to start lower. Clear that. Because at this point, that ought to be at that point. Because at that point the delt weight should not have raised so much. Okay, so that's there. So at most there. Okay. I'm actually going to need to reassess this entire section. Grr. Have you ever played Gothic Phone? No, I have not. I have not. I have. I think I've heard that it's something somewhat similar to Pictionary, sort of a game. An online sort of Pictionary, but I've not had the opportunity to play it. No. I've actually not even seen gameplay of it yet. So, yeah. My familiarity with collabable games is like ultra minimum. It seems right up your alley. Okay. If I get the opportunity to play it, I will give it a shot. It's more like a game of telephone, but withdrawing instead of speaking. Now I've got to go back to the very, very fuzzy, unreliable part of my memory. Telephone is where you've got a bunch of people in a row, and one person starts the row with a concept, and it has to go through a whole bunch of hands, or through all of these people to get to the end and see what the person at the end of the row has heard, and how that's different from the first person, right? I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while, and I think if I've seen the game played once, it's a lot. Exactly, in Gothic Phone, everyone tries to draw rudimentary animation frames based on this prompt. Oh my word, that hectic. Animation in a chain like that. Yikes. That can only be chaotic. But it sounds fun. Let me just hit the save button. It's probably a good idea right about now. Let's hit the save button. Okay. And now I assess my life choices here. I'm not happy with this shoulder. That chaos is where the hilarity occurs, or the accidental brilliance. Ha! I see. Okay, I'm going to... I'm going to... clear the workings of the shoulder because I'm not happy with it at all. Like this frame I'm happy, that frame I was not happy, this frame I'm absolutely so not happy with what's happening here. So all of this goes away again. On here, clear. The hard part is finding people to play with who won't make things suggestive. Yeah, you never ever do something like that with randoms. Like, random queue is just the worst. A random queue is the worst, because you never know what you are going to be confronted with, and so many people are obnoxiously juvenile when it comes to that. I've never played it because I'm terrible at drawing. I'm pretty sure that it's something that'll probably be on a timer of some description. So chances are the total drawing quality might not actually be 100% an important factor. Same as how you never open a Jackbox party games to randoms either. Yes. Yeah, you always closed party. And that is why I have very seldom, that's why I've very seldom collabed. And very, very, very seldom actually play these sorts of games, is because I don't trust who I go online with to be, wholesome. Yeah, I've simply not had the opportune level of engagement. People play open party on Jackbox, are they mad? I suppose the world runs on all sorts. I suppose the world runs on all sorts. But yes, that sort is slightly terrifying. Like, Jackbox is one of those things that is also, I know it exists. I know that it's one of those sorts of things that can be great for a closed party of known people, or folk who know that if they break a certain set of rules, they're going to get yeeted. But it's one of those things that I can safely say I've also not just, I've just also not investigated because I haven't had people to play with, you know? This side as well, line. Get rid of that, get rid of that. No, not that one. Fellow all ages VTuber I know once played Jackbox with the lobby open to viewers during an anniversary stream and someone made things suggestive quickly. Oh man. Yeah, you have to, if you're going to do something like that, you have to have some sort of vetting system in place. And that is incredibly difficult to moderate. It's incredibly difficult to moderate. So either you need to have a closed group that you have an open collab rule with, so you know, okay, of this community, of a very small group of people, we have this very selective set of rules, and only people in this community that not everyone gets the link to. Does the invitation get shared? Or you have to have yeah, it's just a it's a moderation nightmare. It's a moderation nightmare. Because you're always going to have that one fool who thinks that they're being funny and they're actually just making a very unsafe space for everyone involved. And it's tragic and unnecessary. You know what? This is the wrong way around. This needs to have the larger part of the arm on the underside, not on the upper side. One of my content creation dreams is to someday have a circle of reliably safe for work VTubers and content creators who freely collab and just pop into each other's VCs or on or off stream. Yeah, like that sort of network is, I think, goals for anyone really, is to have that sort of a social group that you can know that, okay, these are the boundaries in which we operate, and within that we can work things out, we can make fun plans happen. You know, I think that's the goal for a lot of people. I mean, I myself, I would absolutely love being in a group, because I know that I am a somewhat social creature, weirdly. It took me only almost 3 decades to figure it out, but I am a social human being. More so than I had realized. But one needs to be with the right people, and one needs to know that boundaries exist. Yeah, that's the age-old challenge. Right now, including you, I know 5 VTubers well enough to be comfortable having that dynamic with. Oh wow. I'm so glad to be part of that number. But it's slightly sad that it's difficult to expand that circle amongst the safe for work crowd, you know? Not that one should necessarily be watching VTubers at work, but that's another question altogether. That's another question altogether. I'd like to think that I'm mostly safe for work. Yeah, I mean, I haven't exactly had the opportunity to do the greatest amount of exploration, but from your texts that I have seen in the Discord and so on, I've not seen anything that rings not safe for work alarm bells by me, so I don't know. It's one of those things that one figures out. Well, the thing is, when it comes to your safe work crowd, is that it takes a while to get a feel for a person, you know? You don't just immediately know, okay, this one is on the level. You need to kind of scope them out for a while, like sometimes months, to just figure out, okay, this person, this is the standard that they adhere to consistently, you know? And from there make your judgment call on, okay, how are you going to interact with this person? To what degree are you going to interact with this person? And even then, if you appreciate that they are of a certain level on maybe how they speak or what their interests are, you might just find that their energy just doesn't agree with you either. It's got nothing to do with how clean or unsay-so they are, but there's something about just catching vibes from people as well. There's a lot that one needs to take into consideration. Yeah, it's a balancing act, you know? Like, I know I'm guilty of following a bunch of people for months on end, did just catch vibes first before deciding, okay, do I like this person or not? And am I going to try and engage with them? So I will be one of those lurking followers for months and months and months before I say hi. Well, I just get a feel for you. That's unfortunately just one of the ways I am, to just get a sense of people before I start reaching out. And this is on the wrong layer. Why? Because I'm in the wrong folder. Okay, so that one. Like that. Move. Hello there. I'd like to do more collabs, but I've been fallen off of reaching out. Yeah, it's difficult being the person to reach out the whole time. Speaking of which, how long have you been lurking my channel before you reached out in that quote tweet? Probably what? I think about 2-3 months? 2-3 months, I think? Social anxieties are a thing. Yeah, they're a thing. They're horrible. Okay. I see that tracks. Glad you did though. Yay! Just a crazy person. Hello, hello. My problem is just liking whatever without any sense. I have zero idea why I do it. Yeah, like that's like liking a thing is like the action of hitting the like button on random things. That is, you can like a post by a person who you do not know from a bar of soap. That is totally within the realm of reason. If you happen to see it in your recommended feed and you agree with what they're saying, or you like what they did in that particular post, it's a normal thing to hit the like button. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm understanding the context of the like that you're describing there. 100%. Also, all of the clean VTubers I know are women besides Sai. One of them doesn't like collabs due to bad past experience, and another of them is 9-hour time zone difference from me. Oh my word. Half of my Twitter follows and likes would definitely be not to be safe for work. Yeah. Like, I am following stuff that some people might consider not safe for work, namely anatomy for sculptors. That is something that you do not want to be scrolling through in the middle of a park. But like that's a different kind of thing, you know. It's hard to find other guys to vibe comfortably with in this sphere. Yeah, it is hard. The only dedicated safe work or family friendly streamer I know of is female. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do with the fact that especially in the English speaking cultures, there is a sense of masculinity ascribed to a cruder way of interacting with the world. It's like, and I think it's one of those understated things that's a cultural norm almost. And it's a little bit tragic, you know? Like, and I don't want to say that it's a sexist thing, but like, historically, one expects the ladies to be, you know, the clean, demure ones, you know? And then boys will be boys, and you let the gross slide because they're guys. It's kind of expected of them, you know? But it's not necessarily everyone's cup of tea. And also you've got the cultural thing of some people just not considering certain things crude that other people might. As a stream mod for someone else, I have a habit of turning all messages on instead of top messages, yeah. That shows a lot of things. That shows a lot of stuff. And then you see it all. Now that jump is too much. That jump is too much. Surely. Okay. Here I'm not happy. Here I'm not happy. Yeah, I've always been a bit of an outsider because I don't use profanity nor innuendo in daily life, while still being decidedly more masculine than feminine, yeah. I think kids, other mods forget to do that, or I'm the only person who does that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... and I think it goes back easily 100 years. Easily 100 years. Probably more. That cultural thing. Of crudeness being associated with masculinity. And it's an unfortunate thing because it's absolutely 100% easy to be masculine and still dignified. That's where that's where the charm of a gentleman comes in, and like a lot of people are missing that. Sir, if you want to be treated like a gentleman, act like a gentleman. There is nothing more attractive in masculinity than owning it without being trashy about it. You know? It's like exactly the same words go for femininity. There is nothing more attractive about it than owning what you've got without being trashy about it. It's the most attractive thing. Like, come on. There is a reason why the dapper and the sharp have always been some of the most adored characters in what I know of fiction for the last 70 odd years, probably longer, as far as film history goes. Like, even James Bond is on the he's sharp, but he's too much of a playboy, you know? Like, he's really dapper, but he's so playboy. Like, I think more than James Bond would be your what's the guy's name now? I can't remember right now. Yeah, a man needn't all be alpha this or alpha that. He can carry ourselves, speaks louder, trying to tell people that you're sometimes gives the opposite impression, fragility and insecurity. Exactly. This school year, there were kids making fun of a fatal birth defect. I feel like I'm the last sensible teenager left, and it's not good for my mental health. Oh, yeah. That is difficult. That is difficult. That is not fun. The real alphas do not need to announce it to everyone around it, they just are. Yes, there is power in silence. Like, there is an amazing power in silence. And that goes for how you carry yourself, how you speak with people. Like, if you're in a conflict, what you choose not to say says plenty. How you write music, even how you compose a film. There is power in the emptiness. That person who commands the room just by walking into it, yes. Exactly that. Exactly that. Eek! What's going on? What's going on? No, 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 no. Okay, they were targeting to wait. I've been told that I give off alpha vibes because of my mannerisms and countenance, but I've never once called myself that. I know who I am, and I simply portray myself accordingly. Yeah, that's sort of quiet confidence. And I know people who exude a similar air. It's very, very powerful, and in that sort of a person's absence, it is sorely felt. They were targeting it towards me too. I wasn't even offended for me. I was offended for the mothers who birth children with that defect. Yeah, oh, is that? I think I might know of some of those sorts of things. If it was a plural, that's a health-related thing, according to that would have been passed down from a bunch of other stuff. But I'm not going to go into that because that's a big deal. But yeah, no, that is. It is incredibly insensitive, and it just goes to show that kids run their mouths without knowing that there are consequences for what they say. And it is tragic because it falls on the parents who don't say, listen, you can't say things like that. Have you thought about what happens if someone would say that to you? Have you thought about how you would feel if you were the one who had to deal with that and then you heard that targeted at you? Parents don't talk to their kids like that anymore. We have had entire generations go by where the parents don't communicate with their kids. They don't start by saying, if this, then that. And that goes back to the Industrial Revolution, when families stopped living and working together as a single unit, and they started breaking apart so that the fathers were working in the factories and were no longer home, and the kids were going to schools, sitting in sausage machines. And yes, like Mike Tyson said, social media made you all too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. Yeah, like even in the 50s, if you said something stupid to someone's face, you were gonna get decked. You know? And that was a very short while ago. It was a very, very short while ago. Right? The 70s even was still like that. You know? It's one of those things where the parental communication of, if you do the bad thing, bad things are going to happen to you in this way, and this is how they correlate. And explaining that in a way that isn't just, don't do this because I said so, but don't do this because it hurts that person. You know? Well, it's... I have a lot of strong opinions on this, which... yeah, if one is of a certain disposition, you have opposite strong opinions on this, and it's tragic, because as much as encouraging original thought is important, I do not know how many generations survived the wooden spoon. It worked in formative years, you know? We had some insane kid that made fun of all those kinds of things, like 9/11 and Hitler, and was racist and sexist off the top of that. Oh man, that's difficult, that's difficult. My folks raised me on, you only deserve what you earn with your own two hands, both the good and the bad. Yep. Too many people take the boss approach of don't do that because I said so, end of discussion. My parents always tried to provide explanations and reasonings behind restrictions of things. Yeah. Yeah. Like, being reasonable is important. And pairing hardline discipline with sufficient affection is also important. And unfortunately, we're also in a generation now where parents don't actually want to do the work, which is sad. We're in a society of extremes. Instead of moderating punishments now, we just want to eliminate punishments altogether. Exactly. The parents don't want to do the jobs of a parent. So they leave it to the schools to do it, and the schools don't actually have the authority to do it. Because if you discipline a kid as a teacher, you get in trouble. So the kids never learn what boundaries are. Discipline the child and oh no, child abuse? Yes, because once again, you're dealing with people who don't know how to actually moderate and use the appropriate consequences for that particular individual to be able to learn from the consequences. So I've come to the conclusion that I went to this cute little school of... you have my condolences. Just a crazy person, you have my condolences. Hang in there. That's all I can say. Hang in there, do your best. Try not to let them get in between your ears too much. Try not to let them get between your ears too much. That's all I can say. Yeah, the wooden spoon generation. Yeah. Yeah, I think let's stop this conversation there because it is something that can flag people who have come in without context. So let's clear the chat with some conversation about other things, because otherwise it can spiral really, really, really significantly. And I don't want new people to come in and be bombarded with nonsense. 250 or more of them know emoji can express my emotions besides. Yeah, that's when home education sounds like a wonderful idea. That's all I'm going to say about that. There are options nowadays that allow for that. If you can home educate and not be surrounded by that, it's less bad influences and less maddening influences. Interact with people in society that are actual functional adults and get out of there. If I can give you that. I almost have the whole gear door panel modeled. Oh, well done, well done, well done. Anything anyone like from yesterday's Nintendo Direct? I will be very honest. I've never owned a Nintendo product. So I have had no reason to actually even look at Nintendo Direct. I know, I'm an absolute failure to all you VTubing. I did not watch Nintendo Direct. Yeah, no, I skipped it because it's not on the horizon at any time in the near future. But for the rest of you guys, did you find anything you guys are interested in? Let me see. Yes, this shoulder is also out of whack. Seriously, guys, can you clear the chat after those last couple of lines? Nothing particularly stood out to me, actually. The new Mario and Luigi RPG looks alright, as does Metroid Prime 4, but I'm not a big fan of either. Yeah, if I want a new Star Fox or F-Zero. think I heard of Star Fox once, maybe half a decade ago. I think I saw a Star Fox fan art once, a decade ago, so that's all I know about it. We're getting in a Mario and Luigi RPG. Isn't Mario a platformer type thing? Like, how does that translate RPG? I played a Star Fox game in the ancient past. Ah. Mario has spin-offs of many genres. I found a pretty decent P5 spin-off. Wanna get it so bad, but I'm probably not gonna get it at all if I'm not... Huh. I'm not sure I'm understanding what I'm reading there. Anyway, my first game console was a Nintendo Entertainment System, and then my parents traded that in for a Sega Genesis. Huh. There hasn't been a new entry in the Mario and Luigi RPG series since 3DS. I feel like my game history is really sorely lacking right now. Okay, let me just do this. I need to stop forgetting words in my writing. I need to forget stopping words when I'm speaking. It's not an unfamiliar feeling. Don't worry about it. We all get it sometimes. Well, the NES was like the second console Nintendo produced and the first one to come into the US. I grew up on Sega Genesis myself, didn't have a Nintendo console until the GameCube. Also, Capcom announced the multi-platform Marvel vs. Capcom fighting game collection, but I much more want a new Mega Man game from them. I miss when Mega Man releases were plentiful. I see. Okay. Getting there, getting there. Okay, like so. However, I did get something last Christmas that may have changed my life forever. Drawing pad was pretty nice, and I think it was a fair trade for the Chameleon book. Okay. Look, a drawing tablet is great because then you can do whatever you want with it, you know? Drawing pad is always a winner in my book, personally. That's... I'd say drawing pad is much more versatile. Yeah. Like, a book, tablet, yeah, a book has always has its value, you know. It is something that emotionally has a value. It's something that conceptually has a value. There is nothing nicer than the smell of a new book, you know. Bearing your nose in those freshly printed pages is just tactilely therapeutic. And then that is absolutely fantastic. But with the amount of money that you have to spend on books these days, oh my word. If you're not buying second-hand, books are so unaffordable. Oh my word, books are so unaffordable. How much is this in international currency? What? Hold up. What is international currency on this? What's the exchange rate? Like, in my country, a normal novel, costs about $42. So like a normal, how many pages are we talking here? Yeah, depending on the print edition. 577 pages on that one. Like, depending on the release and all of that, this is 590 pages. Like, and how recent the release is, you're looking at a range of $15 to $40 for a paperback book in my part of the world. Like I got the first, and as soon as you're talking comics, things get way more expensive in print, like ridiculously more expensive in print. The first issue of Solo Leveling cost me like $40. Apparently people who play the rhythm game Osu actually use drawing tablets for it. Yeah. I've seen very brief clips of Osu, and like, you cannot do that with a mouse. I'm sorry, you cannot. Not with that speed, not with that precision. No. Yeah. Rhythm games I've never actually been able to get into. I just don't see that fast. I haven't got that kind of reaction speed. But I'd like to try it, but not in a hurry. It's not high on the priority list right now. The first thing I did with it was going to the MD wiki, get onto the whiteboard, and draw our scene trying to fight an army of ends, and then left with zero explanation. Huh. You know, um, sometimes doing stuff with no explanation is a mood. Sometimes doing things with no explanation is a mood. I'd say rhythm games are more about memorization through repetition. Maybe. It's about reaction time. I think in the early days it's about reaction time, if you're still on the early levels. Because it is similar to driving. You are looking ahead of where you're working. Just like when you're driving, you haven't got your eyes right in front of the vehicle, you've got your eyes several meters ahead of you, or several yards ahead of you, if that language makes more sense to you. And you're reacting to things that have not yet crossed your border, or the corners of your vehicle. She says as if she can drive, but I know I've not got the depth perception for this. But yeah, like, oof. When I was coming back from the annual chaos trip, and my brother picked us up from the airport, it was terrifying. There were a couple of logs that had fallen off of a logging truck somewhere along the highway, and he could only see them like not 20 meters before we hit them, and it was scary. He dodged like a champion that day, because it was these huge timber logs that had fallen off the back of a truck. And we saw, just as he dodged, two vehicles on the shoulder who had actually hit the log, and it was not fun. It was not fun. Because that's dangerous stuff. I do not trust myself with heavy machinery to be able to do that, I'm afraid. My depth perception is not that good, and I know when I panic, I freeze. So, that's exactly the thing you should not do in a vehicle when you panic, is freeze. Technically, you should not be panicking in a vehicle, because that's also a recipe for disaster. But, yeah. Anyway. I've had some fun with Beat Saber. Ooh. Yeah, Beat Saber's always looked fun. One day, I'll be able to afford a VR headset, but not in the immediate future as well. I'm an excellent driver, been driving for 16 plus years and never once had a road collision. Oh wow, well done. Congrats. Hey, Sime! What's up? Oh man, if I can just speak. Please let me just speak. If I can speak, please. Bleh. Why can't the English learn to speak? Does anyone know that reference? It'll be a weird crowd if they know this reference, honestly. But respect. Uh, yeah. Krahazik, are you in the Euro time zones? In the Euro quarter? I think so, right? Or are you also in the American quarter of time zones? I can never remember. Okay. Oh, cool. So everyone's got off day today. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Okay. West. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like working off of UTC because GMT is like UTC except that it's, I think, also affected by daylight savings. UTC isn't. So, like, you don't have to do daylight savings math. It's like you always know. If you're this many hours east or west, you're always that many hours east or west. You know, it's fun. Time zone math. Yay. Didn't know that. I haven't heard you all morning, dude. Yeah. Yeah. I'm slowly starting to get the hang of the deviation of the various American time zones aside from outside of the European quarter. Because with previous life I used to do a lot of work, or my immediate superiors were in Toronto, so it was like all of the time zone split, you know. It's currently 9:53 in the morning here, so ooh, just woke up. Yay! Welcome to consciousness. My condolences. Nah, always a pleasure to have you here, Sai. Okay, let's see. At one point I'm gonna have to call it perfect is the enemy of good when it comes to this shoulder. And that point is coming soon because I'm making colossal messes of it. Just please stop. Oh, come on. Don't tell me. Alright, wrong layered all of this. Anyway, great. Great, 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 great. Don't you just love it when that happens? I just discovered an issue with trying to use window capture to grab 1 out of 3 Blender windows. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no! That's less than fun. Arc. Yeah, I found that Blender does actually really not like window capture. Blender does not like window capture. I've personally found that when I'm working with Blender, it's easier to do a display capture and then crop as necessary, if there's stuff that you want to hide. Blender has all 3 with the same window title, so OBS cannot distinguish between them. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, display capture is easier. and crop. Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. Usually I use game capture as my go-to, then window capture if that doesn't work, and display as a last resort. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now line layer. Okay. Da-dum, bum, ba-dum. Let me just delete these. Bum, 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 bum. That's also not right. It's also not right. It's also not right. That'll have to do. At this point, perfect is the enemy of good, and I'm now just aiming for good enough. Because if I keep on doing battle with this, I am not going to get anywhere. Okay. And then here we've got that which goes up like that. like that. And then ink. Let's clear that. So, I've never heard that one before, but I like it. Perfect is the enemy of good. I know that artists tend to be sometimes hard to look at work and say fine, even though often the artist is the only one that sees a problem. Yeah, like it's the sort of saying that is ideal for catching yourself from spiraling into the perfectionist trap of it's never good enough. And I don't know when I first heard it, but it has been a saying in my household for as long as I can remember, for when we're making a thing and you reach that point where you're not going to get it better. Like, you can spend an extra 100 hours, but you're not going to get it better. And at that point, you need to stop. Like, I live in a household full of people who edit things. We could get $1 million Lamborghini put right in front of us. We will probably, within a day, tear it apart and point out all of the flaws and have a pile of spare parts at the end, because that's just what we do. We see things, we tweak it, you know? But when that is the case, we also need to put the brakes on. So it's very easy to want to get stuck in the details of things. But when you've got a deadline, when you've got a client who is honestly not going to know better, and when the extra man hours are not going to put the bread on the table, perfect is the enemy of good. Because you can kill yourself over perfection, but how much extra value does it bring, actually, at the end of the day? Like, there are some things that one does not compromise on, but one also needs to recognize where the cap is. The diminishing returns, exactly. Exactly. There is a cap on the input to output curve, which one needs to recognize, acknowledge, and deal with. If you stick around, you're going to hear me say that one often. At least once per project. Maybe. Especially with something like this, where every drawing is only on the frame for a split second. Like, it needs to be good enough to read without being weird. But photographic perfection? Not necessary. Oh, I'm stealing that saying? Go for it, mate. Have at it. So here, that was looking a bit thin. Here, this angle is a bit off. All right. So here's the issue is this. And grab here, pull that up. And da da bum 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 bum. Here as well, this angle is off. Compensate. Something's still off here. The volume of this elbow is still not quite where I want it. So, start by whittling things down a little. Okay, delete a bunch of you, move you up there, there, like so. Delete you, you, move you. There we go. Soften. Simplify. Move. Like so. Yes. That's a bit more consistent. You, I'm going to rotate. Like so. Just posted a short animation I recorded of that landing gear I've been working on. Ooh, 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 ooh. Is that in the Discord? Is that in the Discord? Or is that in your socials? I'll need to go hunting. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You are in my notifications. There you are. Yes. Let me see. That's a pretty good animation. First post was Twitter, yeah. Okay, found it, found it. I'm looking at it a couple of times over. For that test, I was manually running the slider on the timeline. I see, I see, I see. No, I think it's pretty solid. I don't know if you are open to critique. Or anything along those lines. I still need to model a framework that supports the whole door and its actual actuation hydraulics. Yeah, I noticed that the whole door is a little open. Yeah. Okay, so the critique is based entirely on where that animation is taking place, if it's happening in space or if it's happening on a place that's got gravity of any valuable amount. Because that is one of the little things one pays attention to. Because if it's in an open space with 0 to negligible gravity, then the critique is basically null. The ship is intended to land within a gravity well. Okay. Then what I would maybe consider is adding just a little bit of an overshoot shake at the end of the animation where the foot is reaching its final point. So a little bit of overshoot shake. Like, you might see something along the same lines if you look at footage of aircraft landing gear deployment. If you go and hunt that on YouTube, you'll find a couple of reference videos, I think. And you'll find that sometimes as the hydraulics lock into a place, there's a little bit of a shudder at the end, which just gives a little bit of a sense of weight. It's like a little subtle thing, but it might just give that tiny little bit of extra punch. But the actual movement is looking really smooth. Naturally, of course, if you want to ignore what I'm saying, you have 100% the right to do so. It just also occurred to me I could give it some extra extension as well. It's early days. You can figure it out, do a couple of iterations, see what vibes. Animation in 3D is nice in the sense that you've got that flexibility to play with it once you've got your rig down. Here, this needs to be a little bit bulkier. At present, most of it is currently working out the mechanics. Yeah. Now, if you're currently still in mechanical phase, don't worry about animation, quote unquote, too much just yet. While you're still doing your rigging, you just want a range of motion test. You want to be able to see, okay, what's your greatest extremes that you've got to work with, and then the animation happens within that later down the line, once your rig is finalized. Okay, let's see. That is looking a lot better than earlier. Oh, okay. And I just noticed there's clipping going on at full open position. Yep, it's those little things that you catch when you're looking at it a couple of 1,000 times over. Save button. How long have we been going? 3 hours already, yipes. And the coffee is long gone. Hydrates. You. Yes. I will be momentarily. So, just as I was thinking, oh, it would be nice if there was some edible motivation, my brother walked in with supper. I'm a lucky bean. I'm a very, very lucky bean. Yay! We've got soup, and we've got fat cook with some chicken on the one. Is there... and just butter on the other. It's gonna be nice. Nice beef and vegetable soup. And some fat cook. It's gonna be tasty. Tasty, tasty, tasty. Nice and easy to eat too. Good soup. Good soup. Okay, so I'm just gonna let this loop a couple of times over. Oy, let me just get the color back on these, because otherwise it's eye bleed. Let this loop a few times. And like that. Okay. So my goal for today is to color these now. Get this arm in place. Get the arm in place in these three. So my goal is to draw the arm in these three frames. Then I'm going to fix the coloring on these so that I don't have these messy bits that are over here. And then I'm going to duplicate number 5 back into frames number 4, 3, 2, and 1. And clean those up a bit after rescaling them, because they are going to be my 4, 3, and 2. So 3, 2, 3, 4 are going to be the same frame art as frame number 1, as frame number 5, but just zoomed out more, or zoomed in more. So this is a weird one in the sense that the character is framing the previous scene before becoming the focal point. Did you just hear cat? Hello, cat. Oh, cat smells chicken. Cat smells chicken. That's bad. That's dangerous. that's dangerous. Kitty! Yes, chaos is here. Hello, Chaos. Hey, Nya? You smell chicken. Is that your problem? If I give you any, I am going to bleed. Yeah, I know. You can stare with me with those chaos eyes all you want. I know. Yeah, I know. Come. Okay, let me just let you out. Let me let you out of here. Now that you've woken up. Wait, from where you have been asleep since ridiculous hours this morning. Yeah. Okay. Cat is released into the wild because my door is closed. So now if he wants supper, he needs to bug the others. He is perfectly capable of that much. Chaos Cat is good at that. So yeah, so that's the plan, is to finish the arm on these 3 frames, and then clean up frame number 5 for frames number 2, 3, and 4. That's the goal. That's the goal. I'm just going to quickly partake of a little bit of supper. So I'm going to leave this on loop for a bit. Mute out the microphone so that you don't have to hear me eat. And yes, I should not be long. If things happen in chat, I am here. I am glancing up frequently. So yes. Ideally I would have music, but I'm still working on it. Drifter has got my request in, and hopefully he will be able to work on it tomorrow, maybe? He's got a thing at 11, so maybe from stream time he'll be able to work on it a little bit. So we shall see. We shall see. I'm gonna mute for a bit and enjoy my soup while it's still hot. Okay. FYI, I'm about halfway through the bowl. Almost done. Almost done, guys. I'll be back momentarily, I promise. Okay, I'm about 40 seconds away from being done. Okay, food complete. Ooh-wee. Thank you for bearing with me. Whew, okay. Quick hydrate. Now to make sure I grab my stylus and not an ink pen, that would be helpful. Okay. Yeah, ink pen on a tablet would not be useful. No, 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 it would not. Indeed. I'm gonna have to clean that up too. Oh, man. You know what? Actually, clear. Fill. It's outside, but it's still bugging me. Okay, and then fill. Now, let's close gap down to there. Okay, then here. Ugh, that's so messy. To definitely do something about that. If it's outside the blue box, I don't need to worry about it. And if it's outside the blue box, I don't need to worry about it. If it's outside the blue box, I don't need to worry about it. Okay. Here. Grab that color. Clear. Fill, fill, fill. Grab that color. Fill. Now. Make it white. Wait. Wrong layer. Make it white. Okay. Now, you ought to be pretty good neck. Looks like it. Okay. You're safe. Okay, you're safe. You also that color. So, animation inker. What's going to happen next is like so. And then here. Clear you, clear you. Okay, back to white mode. Back to blue line. Okay. Now, blue shade. Okay. Now, you just see on one of these other frames. I have not actually used those. Okay, it's fine. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Save. Alright. Now, I take all of those and I go clip. They should now all be clipped to our color layer, like so. Now, if I take number 5 and I duplicate it and call it number 4, come back to number 4, grab the entire thing, and scale up. Okay, let's see, did it break? No, okay. Duplicate, call this one number 3. Yeah. Cancel. Another scale up. Now that one's going to need to get cleaned again. As you'll see, there's fuzziness, which is not going to be helpful. And the same is going to be true for number 2. I actually think maybe for these frames I'm going to scale up our line thickness. I'm going to scale up our line thickness here. View red line. Brush size, let's make that 12. 12. Move control point. Eek. Okay, this one. Let's make this one 8 and 8. Move control point like so. And then at 4. Let's make this one 6 and 6. Okay, so now let's fill in colors on the rest of these hands and then shade them. So I need you. I need you. Let's do those 2 first. So white base. Grab that. Grab that, that. You. White base. Grab you, you. Swap. You. Next. White base. You. Swap. You. Next. White base. You're actually solid. Next one. White base. You. Swap. You. Next one. Incomplete. Okay. So grab the next color. It's you. And it is you. So you are white. Like that. Yes. You are brown. Like that. Like so. White. Brown. White. white, brown. And then it's the gap. So here I've got an error that I've got to repair over here and over here. Okay. So now it's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 that are ready for shade. 5 that are ready for shade. And then it's 6, 7, 8. And then I'll be able to call it a day. Okay, progress has been made this day. Progress has been made this day. I'm feeling a little bit more comfy. We managed to colour the ice cream finished and that hand finished. And we're almost done with the espresso pour. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. And then it's liquid. It's going to be added on top of this. I'm not going to try and integrate it into the current layers system. I'm going to throw that on over the top. Because then I can do some stuff with it separately. And not break my brain. So then it's... If I get as far today as I want, then tomorrow we'll be able to look at this arm up. And then today will have been Wednesday. Yes, today will have been Wednesday. And then, depending on how long it takes us to do this arm up, then we might be able to start this charge towards the evening of tomorrow. And then that charge and the splat out will be the last session, probably. And then if that happens on Friday, I don't know if it's going to be a Friday thing. If it's a Friday thing, I might just say sorry about the environmental noise we're streaming again, because I just want to just get done. In which case we'll do this Friday, and if we manage to finish on Friday, and there's still a significant amount of hours left in the day, I'm probably going to work on finishing Fable's sketch, and possibly Sam's painting. One of the two. Because I want to deliver those as quickly as possible as well. Most viewers won't care too much about background noise if you at least have some noise suppression and noise gate filters active. Yeah, I try. Like, you will have heard my dog. She's the one with a weaponized voice. Like, she has a sonic blaster attached to her throat. It is ridiculous. I don't know how long our ears are going to last before she blows them out at some point every time she barks at a pigeon in the yard spontaneously. So I do not doubt that you've heard her at least once or twice in the distance, because my word, she is loud. But I'm gonna try, because that's usually the day where there are vacuum cleaners and weed eaters and everything is loud. Everything is loud. We shall see how the day is going to pan out. If we are miraculously productive on the morrow, we might get even further. I don't think I've heard it before. Oh. And here I was being absolutely certain that, oh, there she goes, there she goes. Yeah. There's one thing is certain, as a guard dog, she certainly does her job. Nothing gets past her. Because the tiniest sound she reacts to. Enough to give us all heart attacks. But yeah. Like, she's quiet now. That's because it's still before 8 o'clock at night. Somewhere between 8 o'clock at night and 11 o'clock at night, she goes off at something that she hears outside every night at around about this time. What breed is she? She is a pavement special. She is a pavement special. We think she might have some greyhound in her. We think she might have some collie in her. We think it's possible she might have some Rhodesian Ridgeback in her. But she is fairly large. She is about, how high at the shoulder? Let's see. Yeah, she's about 60 centimeters high at the shoulder. Weighs about 28 kilograms. Last we took her to the vet and checked. She's probably put on a couple more. She's probably closer to 30 kilograms now. She is large enough to be slightly scary. Yeah. I only know she's approximately 28 kilograms because once, not long after we got her, she's been with us for a little more than a year now. We got her from the rescue center, and she had somehow gotten her leg lame, and I needed to carry her while we were moving house at the time, and neither of the menfolk in the life were around, so between myself and my mum, who has some spinal injuries that we need to be careful of, I was the only one who was capable of carrying the dog. So here is all 159 centimeters of me carrying all 28 kilograms of dog. It was fun. And at that time she wasn't entirely used to us yet, so she was scared. So she needed all of the love. Shame. Those are the best kind of dogs in my opinion, less prone to illness and depending on the breed mix, can be very intelligent, often show appreciation for getting them a good home. Yeah. Like she, this one in particular, she has abandonment issues. She got left at the rescue center and then had been taken to homes like twice or three times before we got her. So she was terrified of being left behind and being in a vehicle and headed in that general direction. She was so scared she was going back. Like, going to the vet, she was so scared that she was going back to the rescue center. It was so sad. My childhood dog was a rescue. I met with a mix of Border Collie and Australian Shepherd. Oh my word, that's a lovely, lovely dog. Super intelligent, super appreciative, loving, and loved being guard dog for the family home. Yeah. Yeah, Border Collies are really, really stunning. We actually have two dogs. The other dog is a purebred Border Collie. He actually comes from working dog stock. And he's an absolute darling. He is jealous because he was in the house first, and then this other woman appeared in his life. He was not happy with us. He's still not happy with us. But yeah. Absolute sweetheart, super, super smart. And he's always protecting Mum. He knows this is the mom, this is the one I must protect. She's my person, you know? It's really, really, really sweet. And whenever we're eating, or having a braai where we're preparing food outside or whatnot, he'll always sit a little bit away and look away from us, because he's now surveying, he's now protecting his flock from anything that might be coming towards us. My dog would get jealous anytime she smelled another dog on me, then I would help my elderly friends with their dogs. Yeah. Aww. Yeah, the doggy jealousy is real. The doggy jealousy is real, man. Okay, let's get this shading on. She'd sniff me, loudly scoff from her mouth, and then turn it back to me. Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable. Right. Now, let me see. Like, how dare you? And then give me the cold shoulder until she wanted my attention or walk. Oh, precious. Precious. Folks, it has been 4 hours since my last cup of coffee. I'm starting to feel my attention drift. Ack. She was such a great dog. Such a high bar that I haven't gotten another dog since. Yeah. The thing is, personalities are so precious. They're all so individual and so individually unique. They are people. They're fuzzy, but they are people. They worm their way into your heart like people do. It's a whole life that you are responsible for. It is actually such a privilege to be able to have animals in your life, honestly. Like, even the cats, with all of their aloofness and finickiness and spastic tendencies, they too work their way in, and you can't. They're your friends, they're your family. You can't just deal with them not being there. I don't know how I'd ever be content with a dog that's less intelligent and less easily trainable than she was. Yeah. Yeah, the border collie genes be like that, man. And it's a deal. We have 4 cats. No. We almost had 4 cats in my house. Almost. However, all of our cats are also rescues. And the first 2, the boss cat and Chaos, who was in my room earlier, were from the same batch. So they were familiar with each other as kittens in the rescue center. And then, a year later, came the little orange fella. And the little orange fella threw a spanner in the feline works, and the little orange fella latched onto my brother. Now, since the loud dog has arrived in their life, the loud dog chases little orange fella all over the place. So, naturally, little orange fella is scared of the big loud dog, and now lives strictly in my brother's room. We almost never see the guy. It's simultaneously tragic and adorable. Is the stereotype about orange cats being crazy true? I would dare say that the chaos cat who lives in my room is crazier than the orange cat. Yes, the orange cat eats lizards. Technically, they all do. We've found enough half geckos lying around the house to know they do that. You know, the orange cat in this household is a little cross-eyed, which is adorable. But his main quirk is that you cannot pick him up. He is a reverse cat, and his limbs are long and spangly, and everything on him is just too long for his size, and he's adorable in that regard. So, it's just, yeah. My brother and I are allergic to cats, and he currently lives in the same apartment as me, so no cats here, period. Oh no. So far I've managed to keep our cats' gifts outside. Yeah, our cats haven't brought us gifts, thankfully. But they catch the things in the house and then play with them, and then get bored and then leave the leftovers around, you know? Like the one time there was a quote-unquote gift, it was a mole. Yeah. It was a mole. My mom basically turned into a puddle when she saw it. Yeah. But the boss cat, oh my word, the boss cat is such a character. He, whenever we open the front door to let in guests or couriers or whatever, he rushes out the front door because he wants to see who is here. And he also follows us out the front door when we're leaving to go a place. So he is the household tiger. He will sit at the front gate and wait for us to come home. He is a guard dog, that cat. It's just the most adorable thing. My fiancé cats love too. My fiancé loves cats too, but I just can't have one around unless one of those hyperallergenic ones, since, such as the blue-haired Persian, I believe, or the hairless rat cat, yeah. Our dogs used to catch mice whenever there'd be one in the house. One time she cornered one behind a bookshelf, kept running left and right to keep it stuck. Oh, man. Yeah, our loud dog has a penchant for catching frogs in the yard. Like, well, not frogs, toads. We get the odd fist-sized toad that hops up the street. Which I don't know why there's not any bodies of water on our side of the yard where she keeps finding these things. And she hasn't yet learned that they taste bad. She hasn't yet figured out that every time she latches onto one, she ends up leaving a drippy mess out of her mouth for an hour because they taste bad. It's like, come on, girl, figure it out already. She's not the smartest dog. Oh, she's not the smartest dog. But she's lovely. Not smart, but lovely. The one thing she does know how to do is lie a kitchen full. Like, she knows where to position herself so that you cannot possibly miss her. That's for sure. But thinking about live things that they've brought in. The orange cat actually 2-3 days ago brought in a live lizard as well. Well, like our cats have a thing with lizards, you know. And this live lizard was about, let's say about 20 centimeters long, head to tail. No, probably about 25 centimeters long, head to tail. One of them big chunky things with a blue head. Non-poisonous, non-venomous, but still, fairly big lizard. I'm amazed that it was in fact not hurt. I could see you having one of those wrinkly little sphinx cats. Yeah. No. That's the thing with pet allergies, man. The hair is one nightmare to overcome. In terms of the allergy, and it's a whole nother thing to overcome in the laundry. Like, the only advantage I can think of in the Sphinx over the hyperallergenic is the fact that at least the laundry is less of a nightmare. Is when you own cats, you just know you will forever have fuzz. Even if the cat has not been in your life for the last 5 years, you will still have the fuzz that you are fighting with in the laundry. But anyway. Doo-doo-doo. Yes, I was totally procrastinating for the last 5 minutes. Okay. Let's just see what it looks like. Okay. I'm just analysing a couple of things quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna pick this up again in the morrow because I've just hit my brick wall. I've just hit my brick wall. And I know I said I wanted to get these 3 done tonight, but I've just hit my brick wall. But considering it's been 4 hours, I'm not feeling bad about it. Work time on the animation so far is 25 hours and 50 minutes. Whew. Save button. So I'm not feeling bad about progress. So I will finish the last 3 of those hand frames tomorrow, and then we'll do the arm sweep up for the refill. Then the coffee. Oh, it's only like 20 past 8 at night. It's only 20 past 8 at night. Good time to wind down? Yeah. I think I'm going to do a actual wind down sketch. Just to, you know, ease the brain off for a bit. Pardon me. I've been mostly okay, but the throat niggle from the bug that I caught from the folks is in the niggle stage. I've thankfully been able to avoid the sinus blockage thing for up until this point, and all of that madness, but yeah. Or should I? Should I? Contemplating. Let me see. What have I got in my work in progress queue? I've got Fable. I've got that thing, which I'm not feeling right now. That which I'm not feeling right now. Okay. None of those are vibing. My work in progress queue is actually a lot of abandoned stuff that I'm not going to be picking up again. And a lot of stuff that I look at now and I feel like it's very, very cringe. Ugh. Oh, man. Let me see. What shall we do? For a wind down doodle. How about we hide that for a start? How about what can we do for a wind down? I do not feel like drawing myself right now. Like, at all. Let's see. Someone pick a color. Go. Blue. Okay. Let's do something blue and random. Something blue and random. Let's see. Okay, let's pick a nice middle-ish blue. Like that. Okay, and let's fill. And let's do a color swatch here, where we pick something like that, and let's do one over here where we pick something like that, and let's do one over here where we pick something like that, and one over here where we pick something like that, and like that, and like that, and like that. And let's add a color layer, grab pure white and fill. Okay, so we need a couple more. So let's go with something like that, and something like that, and something like that, and something like that. Okay, so then we've got a couple of colors to pick from. All right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to look at a palette like this, and we're going to pick color from layer, and we're going to do that, and that, and that, and that, and grabbing a bunch of different colors here. Okay, so now I've got that. Now if I clear that, be right back. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by coming up with something. What shall we do here? Let's play with some light. Let's do something different. I believe I made myself. Okay, it threw it away. Let me remake it quickly. Duplicate that. Just quickly adjusting a brush. Okay. Yes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this should now have that sort of a vibe. Yes, okay. Now what I want to do is I want to just make another tweak to it real quick. Edit, stroke, brush tip. Thickness. Okay, no. Brush size. Pressure. Minimum is going to be like half. Save. Okay. Yes, that's better. That's better. Okay. So. Trying a thing. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing, but that's fine. We'll figure it out as we get there, I guess. Let's start with just throwing something on here. Isn't that the point of the wind down sketch? Yeah, sort of, I guess, is to not think too hard. Most of my wind down sketches actually serve a purpose because I don't usually have the luxury of free capacity with which I can just do random nonsense. But I suppose some casual, just go by vibes. Throw some light at a page and see what happens is also valid and useful and good every now and again to just not think, just stroke. And see what decides to come up. I'm actually liking this rectangle brush right now. Let's see. What can I do with this? I can roll with whatever is happening here. Probably. Whatever this is. No idea what it actually is, but it's fine. Let's roll with it and see where it takes us. Okay. Actually. I think I've already changed my mind like 5 times what I'm drawing. I think I've already changed my mind like 5 times what this scene is. Or where it is. Let's see. Let's go back here. Add ourselves. No, not a horizon in the middle. A horizon in the middle sucks. That's bad composition. But I think I'm about to change my mind another time. Okay. Yep, I have in fact changed my mind again. I like this direction a little bit more than what I was going to do the fourth time. And let's see. Shall we do what's the sense of scale are we going to go for? Let me go for a yeah, that's what I'm going to go for. Let's do a Gaffrey catch. Something like that. Then how many 8 cells shall we do? Let's do 1 for simplicity's sake. Okay, bring that down again. Let's do that one. Grab that. There we go. Something like so. Okay. Now, in terms of stays, we're looking at like 6 stays like that. We're looking at 6 stays on the opposite side as well. Some detail there on the bow spread. Let's see, let's give it a whole line. Make her pretty. Okay. There we go. So there we've got ourselves a boat. And said boat probably requires cabin lights. And a navigation light, stern, and navigation light on the bow. And that's going to have reflection like so. And let's see, what can we do with this environment to make it interesting on the sides here? Are we in fjords, I think? No. Okay. No thinking, she said. Is now considering very strongly the construction of a jetty. You know, sometimes I just can't win. um, okay, I should have a fan brush here somewhere. That I just made. Where are you? There we go. Ink, color mixing, perceptual, save as default, okay. Size reduce. Running color. Thickness, let's up that a little bit. Okay, let's grab you. Let's pull some views in here. Okay. Let me do this one here. And let's go with this one for a sec. Just wanna. Ooh. Wrong one. It's fine. I'll roll with it. I'm not gonna hit the undo button. Let's go with that for a bit. Also, perceptual, save as default, okay. Pull this in a bit more. Okay, I'm happy with that. Come back to the fan brush. Make you even bigger. There we go. It's taking all of the data to render out this brush stroke. Whoopsie. Wee wee wee. It does not like this brush being this big. Whoopsie. Let's grab you again. I don't know what you are, but we'll grab you anyway. And then pull you down. Somehow I think this is coming together nicely so far. Okay. Now smudge. Smear that. Ain't physics accurate? For this, it will be a good start. Come back to our fan brush. Come back to that. Make it smaller. Let me just see. Show angle, save. I'm going to go angle. Like, actually, 0. Let's see if rotating the canvas won't do the trick. Yes, it will. Rotating the canvas will do the trick. Lovely. Okay. That'll do. Go here. Grab that again. Come on. Okay, and then here. Absolute brightest of our colours. Okay, and then here. Okay. Okay, how does that look? Okay, it's interesting, I guess. Oh, what else is happening over here even? Let me do this. Let's grab you again. Pull you down from that into there, sort of. Something roughly. Roughly. Let's turn these into storm clouds, I think. Oh, hold on. I want to add a tree on this side with this texture. Okay, let's go back. Let's do this. Do I actually even want to keep the jetty? Do I want to keep the jetty? Puts a lot of detail on this one side. Let's just see. Do I want to keep the jetty? And if I do, what am I going to do with it? Click back in and wow, you've made some progress. Yay! Welcome back. Yeah. Random brushstrokes and boom, there's a Gafford Kitch and some foresty stuff going on and some cloudy stuff going on and boom. Here we are. Let's see. think I'm going to, yeah, I think I'm going to take, take away the duty. I'm going to take it away. I'm not happy with it. I'm not vibing with it. Okay. Like, color-wise, I have absolutely no idea how this is going to come out. Because I've got a whole bunch of random colors in the blue spectrum that I'm using to sample. And they have mixed together underneath this gray layer, like, I cannot tell. Like, I sincerely cannot tell to what degree. But hopefully it'll be interesting. Color mixing on, yes. Let's just do this. Okay. Let's go over here. Just clean that up a little bit more. Okay. I know, so this basically turned into brushstroke ASMR. I am so sorry. That is not my original plan. My brain is just in off mode. It's in idle. No. Really hate it when GPU slowness causes a brushstroke where I don't want it. Brushstroke ASMR is nice. Alright. we can roll with that then. I don't know if you guys can hear other stuff aside from the brush strokes though. Because the family is watching movies and it's loud. This composition's turned a little whack though. Got this big gaping hole right in this bottom corner. Let's add a squall. Okay. Something like that. Done. Okay, very close to in point on this one. We're just going to polish it up a little bit. Very close to done with this one. Okay. Okay. Now we've still got this big open space here that I'm not happy with. I'm actually thinking I need to pull the light patch more to the right. Or the center of the light patch more to the right. For it to have a focal point there. That way we also generate a nice vanishing point. Okay, and then okay, I think we are just about at the point where we reveal the colors and see what we've actually got. Okay. Last thing that I'm going to do here is add a bit of glue in this section, like that. I'll do, however, I want to add just a little bit more of the edge over here. You know, just to prove that, hey, I did think of it. There is in fact an edge there. Just by the way, you know. Okay. Now, adding in some random bits of dark screen tone just to have a bit more texture in some places. Okay, and let us see what this looks like in color. What does it look like in color? Moment of truth. Are we ready for the color reveal? Let's see. Let's put this in the middle where it's not underneath the text. Okay, color reveal. In 3, 2, 1. Let's see. My eyes are closed. I'm unhiding. Oh, hello there. Oh, hello there. That turned out not too shabby. Hello there. Ah. Okay, I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Okay, nice. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Go. Go, 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 go. Let's add some special effects and then we're gonna call it done. I think. Because this one is actually... I'm actually so happy with this. Wow. It is almost Arctic. It's a lot more dramatic than the black and white version. Like, oh man, I'm so glad I mixed up the hue a little bit, because that little bit of greenishness, that little bit of the purple that somehow managed to get itself in the sails gives that brown sail look, which is also kind of cool. I wasn't planning on that, but it actually works. It works so well. I'm so happy. Okay, let me just add a little bit of white in there, and in the core of that, and in the core of that. Make this a glow dodge layer, and throw a bit of that on those, like so. Add a teeny bit of that up yonder, and on the bottom end of those sails, and a little bit with round one on that. Just pull out a little bit of that just really draw out a little bit of this whiteness to really make it feel cold. And luminescent trails, because those are always fun. Okay, and then I can add a little bit above here to really pull out the edge of this cloud. And just soften this edge a bit more. There we go. Okay, shucks, I'm actually really happy with that. I'm actually really happy with that. Where did that come from? I'm actually really happy with that. Where did that come from? What? Like, that was just a brain or flits paint. Zip, boom, before you know it, 2 hours are gone. Oh man, that turned out so much better than I was anticipating. Like, I'm actually a little shook, but I'm really happy. I'm really happy, actually. Oh man. Okay. I'm actually really happy with how that came out. Wow. Alright. I think that put the brain in a good mood to say thank you guys so much once again for being with me today. We managed to get a lot done on the animation side, as well as now this cool down painting that honestly I'm a little shook. I was not anticipating this at all. Thank you for the stream, I enjoyed it. I'm so glad. Animal, thank you so much for all of your support every single time. I really appreciate it. So unless the sky falls or my body decides to rebel, I should be here again same time tomorrow, roughly. Today was weird courtesy, weird stuff happening in my world, but if nothing weird happens tomorrow also, 1330 UTC, we should be back for more animation grinding. I want to be done before the thumbnails hit the red side of the spectrum. Like, ideally, I'd like us to be done before we hit red or yellow. Like, if we hit yellow, then we've taken way too long. Like, if we hit yellow on the colors, we've gone way too long with that one. So yeah, because I don't know if you guys have noticed with the commission grinding stuff, but I've got a colored background that I've been creeping through the hues with each new pot. So everything has been hue shifted 25 to the warm side, or 25 to the positive side. So it's like teeny tiny little hue shifts, and it's like, okay, it's just enough to get YouTube algorithm to not say I'm using the same thumbnail every single time. but it's also a progress bar to say, okay, if you go full circle, you've been working on this thing too many times. It's kind of like a progress tracker on that as well. You sly little thing. Yeah, just a little. Just a little. It's kind of my little progress tracker to say, if you've got too many colors, you've gone too far. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to quickly sign this, pop it through glaze. I think I'm going to put it through glaze, see how much that destroys it before I upload. Because glaze has not been kind to my stuff recently. It's sad, but necessary, but sad. So sad. And yeah, see how desperately that destroys it, and based on that, see, okay, am I going to post the protected version or not? So yeah, thank you guys, and potentially, probably, same time tomorrow. Until then, rest well when you get to it, and good night.